Oh my goodness, was my sound dead, guys? Oh my goodness, I am so sorry. I was talking mute. I sincerely apologize. Yeah, I think I was. I think my mic may have been cut. Yeah. Well, pow, growing pains. Uh, Man, I wish someone in the comment section let me know that. No, it's okay. I know we got 3 people in here. God, Painhead pals, I'm an idiot. I'm so sorry. Come on, that's what the comment section is for, guys. Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure we got the issue fixed now, so. Alright, alright. Well, we'll just start painting. Man, that's a bummer. How long was I talking to myself for? Okay. So, yeah, we're just gonna get painting. uh, Man. Well, I'll know to keep looking for that the first thing I post next time, right? It's kind of disappointing. I apologize to everyone. Alrighty, so it looks like we're just picking up where we left off last time. I have no idea where. Should have had like headphones or something, but I don't know. So. Oh man, that sucks. I'm really disappointed in myself, guys. I hope that doesn't kind of like squash my demeanor for the rest of the video. Ah, well, live and learn, right? Okay, well, yeah, at least I'll try to keep this so at least you can see what's going on. I'm gonna bring this up. So I think my plan for these is we'll just highlight them with the skeleton bone, and then we'll probably cover this with pallid bone after. And I want to get it nice and close to his body. Alright, that's better. Let's see. From here, ender, and before I do too much, I'm gonna go in the comment section. Oh, still quiet. 5 views, 3 things, average view duration, 6 minutes. Okay, cool. People in and out. I like it. Once again, I'm really sorry about the bike problems, guys. I'll figure that out for next time for sure. It's alright. I'll keep that to that. Yeah, no, that kind of threw me for a loop. I'm like, my head's out of it now. Just move the paintbrush and keep going, man. You're in too deep. Yep. If I fuck anything else up, let me know in the comment section. So we kind of want to get around that without getting too much on the body. And around here. Just where we left off, I suppose. I'll probably go back on all this stuff here. Ooh, ooh. Yeah, these like braces on its horns and its metal brackets and stuff. Probably go back to them with a bit of silver. Maybe a little bronze or tainted gold, something shiny. We'll hit it with metals. And just picking up paint. Slapping it down. Not too worried. Because regardless of how this works out, this painting will look better than, you know, it started. And after my microphone catastrophe, I don't think my paint job could make things worse. God, own it. I'm gonna kick myself about that for like a week. You know, seeing friends and hanging out, and be like, "Hey, man, how you doing?" Like, "Oh man, I fucked up my live stream." Like, dude, that was like 2 weeks ago. You've posted another one since then. Like, oh, that's gonna stay with me, brother. Brothers and sisters. Oh, what do we got? Yeah. Just a little bit of brightness on everything. I'll probably hit this with a bit of white. We'll go right into that. There we go. Bleach skull and skeleton bone. They're close enough, right? Ooh, they do kind of like a weird gray. You can mix them together. I like that. We were doing that last time too. With a bit more of that cold flesh. Alright, that's too much. There we go. That's what we want. Nice soft. I'm gonna go back to the double cam, so I feel like that gives you a good chance to see what I'm doing up top here. Kind of. I know sometimes it doesn't really look like much is happening at all. It's just because we're really slow and soft, you know, no speed. But as I say that, I'm thinking we could probably smack this with some pallid bone speed paint and see what happens. We start with some of these. Too much. Some of these spikes and claws. See what happens there. Straighten that one up. Right, that one up. Yeah. And the little spikies here. That looks more of like a tendril than a claw, so we'll leave that. Look at these guys. Just go boop, boop, boop. I'll probably put a little bit of this bleach skull towards the tops as well. So maybe we'll see right here. I'll go, just gotta drag that back and forth. Right in that top level, just a little. I don't know, hopefully that'll do something with the palette bone later. Find also the sand golem speed paint. That stuff pairs nicely with the palette bone. Kind of gives you a nice antlery sort of look. So maybe as we go through this, flip through deep. What's going on? Oh, yeah. So, yeah, pallid bone can be a bit dark. Uh, I find you really got to punch up that white, or I like to use the skeleton bone because it kind of gives it that off white. I haven't really used it too much on top of bleached skull, but yeah, I find especially if you let it pool, that pallid bone is like when it works in those corners, it gets really brown, I guess, and sometimes that brown is a little strong, and that's okay. I find the trick with it, or what helps, is if you mix it with the medium, like a 1-to-1 ratio, and don't let it pool too much. Just put on like a nice thin, like wash, almost like a wash. Just let it wash over skeleton bone or bleach skull or maybe even that white gray slap chop. But just keep it pretty thin. So in that sort of, I guess viscosity is the term. It doesn't pool and like grime up. Like I find I don't want too much shadow on bone. And yeah, you're right. It does get pretty dark, especially if you let it pool. So there are ways you can keep that pooling from happening. That's why I'm kind of apprehensive about just smashing this thing with Crusader skin or something. Because I know it'll probably do cool stuff over this, but I don't know exactly what it's gonna do, and that sort of unknowingness does make me a little worried. But we could always just paint over it or wash it off. So we might actually do that. I'm talking myself into it. We'll see. Okay. Uh, let's see. Maybe use too heavily. Um, I say however you use it is all good. It's kind of like in the moment you use paints how you feel like you should use them, and that's not a bad thing. All right, so we'll get back to seeing what is up here. I guess I can brighten these up. I do kind of want to brighten. So we'll put some Weechi skull on those. We'll start with them looking like some nice white teeth, and then we'll dirty them up after with some nasty gore. But I want those to pop because that is a nice little effect to them. Yeah, I'm gonna get it to pop all to myself so you can't see. Nah, all about sharing. Sharing is caring. Woo! So yeah, if you're hanging out with me painting something, maybe drop a comment. I would love to hear what you're working on or what you're up to, what you're having for dinner. You know, it's about 5:30 here, so I'm sure people are getting around the dinner table. Or it's a beautiful day, and they're probably firing up their barbecues. Let's see, that kind of brightened that up a bit. Here, we'll use the this one. See if this does any kind of. Ooh, yeah, not bad. Yeah, this one's a little stronger though. All right. Get under here. This part is a little more. You know what? We'll go skeleton bone and some zombie flesh. I know I was looking at that. Oh, what's that picture? I'll find out. A lot of shaking. Uh, all right, it's a little better. Let's see what this looks like when it comes out. Ooh, Get a little wire pokey, because that is clogged. And we don't want that to explode like a bottle of ketchup. So we just give that a little poke. Ooh, splattered. Whatever, it's good. Oh, jeez. This is some pretty thick paint. Hmm. Get a little more mix. Maybe put a couple drops of water. That is pretty sludgy. Mm-hmm. You know what? Thick, but not too bad. Maybe a bit of a tricky consistency to work with. Alright, here's some. No. Wash and wipe out brush. I'm gonna use a little mixie brush. And mix these together, see what happens. A little bit of what? Okay, a little bit of dirty green. Ooh, griminess off my brush. Looks a little chunky. We'll see. it's on there. It's going down. We'll see what happens. Soak that spread around. Make a bit of a mess here. Let's see, we want that nice thin layer. So it's like you can kind of see the folded skin. You can't even really see that on camera, but trust me, it's there. Let's see. Yeah, this is a tough angle to see. That's why it's got no paint on it. So, whoop, there we go. Just gonna get that. Ooh, like that. Actually, kind of green to make this a little thin on there. You can kind of see just not what I wanted. Whoop, Jesus. Smacking everything there. Okay. Feeling a little bit of here. Get that. Get this hork forward. So, I'm not sure if we've had any more people in or out since I last looked. Probably take 2 seconds to take a little peek. I have no doubt. So I'm going to say my technical error scared people off, but I didn't think people were in here to begin with. That's okay. That's a Friday night. And people are probably out doing stuff, having barbecues, going to the cottage. May 2-4 weekend. It was last weekend. But technically, this weekend, I guess, is closer to Me 2. So we'll see. Maybe Friday's a bad day to travel through time, but we'll see. I'm just gonna hang out here. I had half a thought to just sit here and broadcast until this thing was done. I don't know what YouTube's cutoff is. down the line. Nope. And stuff light up. My phone's over there somewhere. Eee. Well, hopefully whoever's shouting at me can shout at me and find me in the comment sections. Let's see, 2 viewers. Okay. Okay, I think we got 4 people watching right now. It's good to see y'all. Happy you're here. If you were here earlier, I had some microphone issues, and I got that sorted. I also had a camera issue. All sorts of tech crap happening. Call it growing pains. No, second live broadcast. It's kind of odd. The first one felt like it went smoother off the get-go. This one was like my stream key was wrong, my mic was wrong, my camera was dead. It was a tough start, we'll say. But we're here, we're live, and we're painting. So smiles all around. Okay. So I was just hitting these bones and bits. I used the zombie flesh that kind of came out really thick. I like what it did, despite it being thick. I'll lighten those 2 little things up. But we'll probably make them like pink or red or something. A little more gory. Like everything I'm lightening up right here doesn't necessarily have to be this flesh color. It's just going to give me a better, lighter base to work with. Kind of love how many skulls are all over this thing. Skulls and pustules. It's like one of those GW models where I guess you can always add skulls, but this guy you don't really need to. But I'm gonna. I'll probably add a few. I'll stuff a few more in his horns or something. Cover the base in him. Let's see what his face is doing here. Alright, we'll get his gullet here. Going with this smaller brush and a little more of this zombie flesh. And that's just gonna help brighten things up. Alrighty. Yeah, he's not gonna buff up his cheek a little. That's why I wanted a smaller makeup brush, so I kind of get a little more into these details without getting too intrusive on his face. So I do want that eyeball to brighten up. So we're just gonna hit that as well. Alright. I am still having this concurrent battle in my head over Crusader skin or not. We might put a little on an inconspicuous area. See what it does. I'm thinking maybe like his heel here or something. Something with some nice folds, some grooves. Something that'll tell us what it's gonna do. But not that focal point people are gonna stare at. So if I hate it, I can sponge it away. Okay. Alright. I think we're gonna go with some palette bone. Start touching up some of the horns. See how it looks. You can always go back into these little spots after. What we plan. Oh yeah. Habit. Darn it. Alrighty, so part of me just wants to go right on my web palette, but that's not really good for the speed paint. Doesn't hurt it, but depends on how light your web palette is. Technically, it's better to use medium with these, the speed paint medium. I'd like to say, Army Painter, make a bottle that's bigger than this. If you're hearing me, Army Painter, Pater, I know Pater's out there somewhere. Pater, convince them to make a bottle of medium that's bigger than these little bottles, these 18 mils. Make a bigger one. That would be nice. So then you can get away without feeling like you need to use water. If you had a reasonably priced bottle of medium, I think people would buy it, because then it could save some of this. If you have more medium, you use a few drops of this, you could experiment more by making this thinner. I fear a bottle of medium that's big, like the bottle of airbrush cleaner size, would probably be expensive. Like, more expensive than people may want to shell out. But if you like the speed paint, it might be good to have. I don't know. Maybe I'm behind on the times. Maybe they are already putting that in the works. We'll see. What do we got? The thick paint, would you dilute with water or medium or softs? I'm not sure exactly about the softs. I would just dilute it with water and see what happens. You could probably use like a Liquitex medium or some sort of acrylic medium or of sorts. Oh, sorry. It's kind of like that. Yeah, you can use different mediums. Like there's airbrush medium. You can take these war paints and make them into airbrush paints with their medium, apparently. But it is a little iffy. I just use water in my air. I use water for most things in the wet palette. These are the only things that I am sometimes picky with my medium. Alright, so we're going to squirt some of this onto the dry palette here. And yeah, we'll just go with it. This is one of those. Probably going to need quite a bit. I probably go through more palette foam than any other mediums. I'll use the monster brush. So this is the brush that came with the speed paints. Yes, I just put it in water. It's not going to kill it. But I want it to be kind of soft and slippery. That should be good. We'll work out some water. And start on some inconspicuous spots and see what happens. So we'll hit right here. Alrighty, we kind of have that nice sort of gold bone look. Gold. It's gonna go brown. I know I mentioned earlier we were talking about using mediums and ways to thin the speed paint, but I'm just gonna put it on as is. Yeah, there's plenty to slap it on and go on, so no point in being picky, right? Just kind of cover it all. And the idea will be just kind of want it to do its thing. Mess with it as little as possible. Once it's on, just try to be prepared. And you'll probably want a sponge. And a sponge will help you clean up the stuff you messed up. And that comes right off, see? And you just keep going. So I will go back with these nails and spikes. We'll probably do some true metallics. I prefer to do true metallics because I'm terrible at non-metals. Yeah, I'm like the Dos Equis guy. I don't always do non-metal metallics, but when I do, I still use true metal metallics. Yeah, I find it's easier. And I like to feel good about the things I paid. No, it is always good to try to venture into new territory, try new challenges. But I do find, because it's not something I do often, that it is harder for me to be thrilled with my paint job when it's done, when I'm doing, uh, out of my comfort zone techniques. Non-metal metallics being one of them. So yeah, we just kind of slather this on. And I saw another mini painter run these through an airbrush. Well, he had the 2.0s, and he ran the 2.0s through an airbrush. I thought that was a cool idea. But I just kind of like brushing them down. We might take the airbrush back to this thing later. Oh yeah, those look dramatic now. Look at that drop. Cut you out. And we're just gonna hit all these with it. Anything we don't like, we can wash off. And we can highlighter go back over, we can. I've never tried, honestly, I don't think I've tried using speed paints in tandem with like oil washes. I don't know how those two things rub shoulders. It'd be interesting to find out. Um, I'm kind of like half willing to destroy whatever I'm doing in the to learn. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. Once we get through this speed paint stuff, should we try to wash it with oil and thinner? Do you think the oil and thinner might destroy the speed paint? This is the like first generation of speed paints. I don't know if they did like a first generation and re-released their first box, or if just the all of the originals were kind of had the reactivation issue, which is I'm gonna call it a non-issue. It's not really a big deal. You just let them sit. If it's really a big deal, you just hit them with clear coat. They're fine. Okay. Okay, big boy, let's get you back on camera. We're running away on me here. Yeah. Make sure you stay hydrated. And I will see what's going on my bustling comment section. Okay, yeah, I missed this. Working on Spoxbox playing tips for gore effects of sorts. Oh, this source before. Yeah, gore effects. You can mix some red and some uhu, and you get the uhu glue, and you kind of get those. You can make it strands. I've wondered if you can mix, like how mixing in hot glue would go. I feel like that would just make a bloody mess. but it's an easy, cheap. Most people have hot glue guns, so you don't have to go up hunt down Ugu glue. There's some glistening blood, blood from blood god. It's mortal remains, glistening blood, and I think I got another blood. So, but yeah, you want something. I find it's more like for gore. I try to go for that blue steak sort of color. I almost want a little bit of purple in it, like that deoxygenated blood. Like I want it to look like a really deep wound and blood that isn't oxygenated, like it's on its way back to the heart. I want to get that whole mix of bright oxygenated blood and those deep purpley crimsons, and I find that kind of gives that nice effect. Because if you just go like bright red on everything, it kind of looks like ketchup. Like it kind of gets that fake bright look, unless you're going for that like a style of like blast pop red. But I find sometimes you almost want that. Um, I call it blue steak gore, and I find that kind of lends a little bit of the anatomical realism because we're not bright like ketchup on the inside. We're kind of purpley. Yeah, we're just gonna keep going with these horns. I kind of like the drama this palette bone is putting on it. Now I might be overusing that word, but very much like when you get this fast pop. Even if it's not going to be your end result, it looks pretty good. So let's see. Yeah, the red, sometimes that really bright red does look a little off. Okay, and that should be good. Let me keep going with that. Yeah, I was having trouble with my mic earlier, so if there's anyone in there watching, let me know how it sounds. Let me know the balance. If the music's too loud, too quiet, there should be background music. Um, but uh, so yes, no. Let's see. We'll see. Let me know. I tried to add a couple songs to the playlist, so it runs a little longer and shuffles up. So that way, it's if I'm painting for freaking hours, it's kind of hopefully feels a bit fresher than just the same few minutes looping up on yeah, if you're watching or painting at home, I'd love to know what you're painting. Or just what you're up to right now, other than hanging out with me. Kind of feel like some people might be just, have me chat with them while they cook dinner, or they're going for a walk. It is a beautiful day right now. I feel like I kind of kicked myself in the ass for scheduling this time because it is beautiful outside right now. But as beautiful as it is, you guys are more beautiful. I'd rather be hanging out with you. I need to get my Mr. New Vegas on. You guys play at New Vegas at all? Mr. New Vegas. I have the best audience. I love you guys. I always felt happy listening to that dude. And the soundtrack for that game is so good. Not gonna lie. Johnny Guitar is an awesome song. Yes. For anyone at home, what kind of music do you listen to when you paint? Do you have a specific music you listen to? Maybe you throw a movie on? What do you like to do when you paint other than watch me paint along with you? I like painting with you guys, but I know some people might have other habits or hobbies. Some people might have all the above, like a visual movie going, some music in their ear, a YouTube video going on their laptop, just fully immersed. I know there's some people that might be viewing in different time zones. I was making that kind of joke on the posts that I know we have some viewers all over the globe, and it's gonna be tough to find a good time for everyone. And I know that Friday night people might have plans, but I was just itching to get back to this thing. To be honest, I really wanted to paint this thing. Wanted to paint it so bad I started and talked to myself for 10 minutes with my mic off or disabled or however, just not registering sound. Alrighty. Yeah, that was one of the other things I was kind of fearing with a model this big and the speed paint is that it's going to consume a lot of speed paint. And maybe I could stretch it out with some medium, but I kind of like the strength of it right now, so no medium. Alright, we're getting through there. We got a bunch of these spikes done. But we still got more to go. There we go. Let's keep this going. And this one here has a little nerdy dude in it. So I'm going to try to avoid slobbing that guy too much. Maybe we'll do those pustules. Try to brush over that after this dries. And sponge up all that. Oh, maybe my mic is off. Alright. So this little guy hiding here is looking pretty cool. Trying to avoid him, and that's why I started at the bottom. So it would just go up, and anything coming down I kind of grab and bring back up. And we'll paint him something bright. They're usually pink. I'm not sure. Pretty sure I've said this before my other one, but I don't really play Warhammer. But I do love the models. They are just awesome. A lot of time and effort goes into making these things. So we can enjoy painting them. Alright, I'm sure I'm holding this guy all over the freaking map here. It's a little tough to get under the bits and crannies. My long form videos, you might have noticed that I actually fix the model to the table while painting. Like I don't pick it up and move it around. I stick it on a jar lid, spin it, which is tricky, but it helps with a good focus and a good view of what I'm doing. This model, this size, is a little too big to do that. Otherwise, that's how I'd be going about it. But it's just a little too sizable. Move this back and up a bit. Sorry. There we go. Let's see. There we go. Okay, I'll just keep going. Yeah, we'll go over all these braces and stuff too, just because it'll be easier. There'll be plenty of time to clean that up and maybe put some metal on it. Same with these nails and all the spikes. Everything that's not really organic. Looks like it's kind of stapled or pinned into his horns to hold them together. Oops. Yeah, that's our oopsie there. Look at that. Clean. It's wonderful. Say that's probably the biggest bonus about it is you can just clean these right off. So, boo. And as I'm going this and I'm seeing this dry and I'm seeing that speed paint pop, I'm thinking it may not hurt to do a little Crusader flesh test. Like I said, I'm still having that war in my head. Part of me is like, yes, it will make your life easier with all the skin. And part of me is like, no, unpredictable. But yes, unpredictable. Ooh. Sometimes the best things happen without being predicted. See, I'm just talking myself into it. We were gonna do it. Well, let's get this little spike here. Soaky soak. Oh, there's a skull in there. Oh, we'll go back over that later. Whoa, yikes. Crashing and stuff. Do his tusks too, because why not? They look roughly the same. Maybe we wash them with a little difference, so they look a little maybe brighter or dark. I don't know. Oh my goodness, I can't believe that my mic was disabled at the start of this. I'm not gonna let that go on myself. I'll trip myself the whole broadcast about that now. I'll find a way to maybe on the broadcast or the upload after. I'll see if I can't fix that. Put some voice in. I'll just let you know what I was talking about. Yeah, rookie mistake. Yep. Not gonna lie. Okay, this is going pretty nicely. So, going. Just keep painting this here. I'm sure I'm missing some, and I'm sure they're gonna jump out at me as I try to paint something else. The second I go like, okay, let's switch to pustules, I'll find a claw or something I missed. There we go, like this guy right here. Look at this little stinker hiding on me. Let's get him. Now, I kind of like it because even with this soft sort of lavendery, I'm gonna call it a warm lavender, that cold flesh on top, you still get a nice level of bone. Oh, here we go. There, evidence in action. See that? That's the pool. That's the pool. The pallid pool we were talking about, right? Yeah, let me try to sponge that up and drag. I'm just going to drag them up to the top. And we're going to use this to go boop boop. Try to get some of that off. There we go. But that's where that palette bone will hit and then pull up and make brown dots where you don't want them. That's exactly it. So I should probably go around and look and see if I have any more things to clean up. Oh, there's one. I gotta get. Oh, you need some. That one doesn't even have it. See, I told you I'd find them as I go. Oh, this one. How? This whole backside here. I collected. I got the front of them, but not the back. Yeah. Okay. Any more did I miss? I'm thinking I might touch a little bit of sand on some of these. Maybe. Let's see. I already poured it out. So I'm just gonna take a little touch of this. Ooh. A little touch of the sand golem here, bring it over to collarbone. Ooh. Kinda gets this goldy color. And we'll see. Okay, there we go. Not bad. Up this a little bit darkness on that base. And we'll sponge that wood up. Okay. You know what? I like it. Just put it on nice and easy. These bottom parts and these darker towards the base. And we'll just let these speed paints do their own kind of blending. Kind of give them a little more of a vibrant boldness. That's just a touch of sand golem, like on the tip of my brush, mixed into the palette bone. I don't want to sit there and slather them both on the palette. There we go. I just want a little bit of a touch to drag that in. I'm going to take it like 3/4 of the way up and smear it in all the places I don't want it. And let this thing trail off camera, off both cameras. Yeah, just making a mess. That's the joy of painting though, right? Yeah, let's get a little bit of this. Kind of like the darkness of the sand golem. It adds a little bit of I'll say warmth. It's almost orangey. But this is a nice color. It almost stands out super bright on the skin. So it tells me we're gonna have to keep doing stuff with the skin. Alright, this actually looks exactly what I want to do. On other antlers and stuff, I've used the wood, the dark wood, and that kind of also does a nice blend with the palette bone. I find grim black, it's a little, it works, but it goes really dark. Yeah, so I should say it works for the same purposes. It's really dark. Not too worried. Oh, that's a little stainy. Let's smear that. I apologize for the terrible angles that are coming and going. It is tough to paint this thing and get the entirety of it on camera. And this one. could probably put there. I'm gonna keep going with that with pattern. Very silly, right? Just a touch of the sand golem and some collarbone. There you go. Both gone. Sure, that's what I want. There we go. Washed and that in here as well. That. Use movies there. That's a little better, yeah. If there's any issues with the sound or video picture, please let me know in the comments section. Or just, drop a comment and say hi. Alright. Let's see. That's there. Got those little metal spiky things we can get to later. Some silver. I'm thinking I'll probably hit them with a bit of metal. Something metallic and then some grim black over it. It seems to be nice and it'll hopefully wash into the bone nicely. Then or maybe I just wash over it with the sand golem. Alright, we got a little bit of oranginess to it. I kind of think that I put it on a bit strong here. This one I'm not convinced is great. So I'm actually going to take some of that paint and drag it around. See, that's why reactivation is good, because if I really hated that, I'd have been screwed. But now, I can just get that other color in. Like too much sand golem, back to the palette bone. Want a little darker? Sponge it up, put a little more sand golem. There we go. Just a touch of the sand golem. Boop, 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 boop. Ooh, yeah, see, too much. Too much. But, spread it around. Okay. I kind of like how this has been coming out. Not bad. What do you think? Hoofs. Black hoofs, brown hoofs. Sand golem hoofs? Bony hoofs? I'll take 2 seconds to check the comment section and see what's going on there. Okay, so 17 views, 2 concurrent viewers. All right. So we got 2 people still in here with me. I'm glad you're hanging out with me. It's good to have you here. If you've been here since the beginning, I really appreciate it because you get to see the growing pains as we go, which are very real. All right, so just cleaning off our brush a little. Let's do this guy. I'm looking at his hoofs, thinking I could probably get away with not doing them right now. We'll work our way down. What do we want to work on? Thinking about maybe getting to these metallics and just hitting them up a bit. There's also a couple other straps that we might go to. Uh, let's, uh, let's see. It's got this cape on the back, some metal rings, some skulls, pustules. Uh, I guess I could go about all these little skulls, but I kind of want to go those. I feel like those will be better suited at the end. I could try just hosing his skin down with that Crusader skin. God, if I say that 3 more times, that's what's gonna happen. Maybe a little bit of pallid bone on this for now. And just see what it does. Ooh, we also have that malignant green, which is actually a really nice color green. I think would be nice for the pustules. You could probably dab it around them, and it's kind of like a gross yellow green. Maybe even touch them yellow, and then hit them with malignant green. That's it. You're always shaking stuff. So, okay, sometimes you don't need to always blast it on Vortex Mixer. You just kip it up a little after you've mixed it for time. Okay, well, that looks alright. With the darker ones on the inside. We'll keep the pallid bone on the inside, right? And we'll come back with some gore. Maybe some red and purple on the inside there. Kind of like how we did the Sarlacc pit. Sorry, it is a little tricky. Here, well, I'm gonna try doing this a bit. Maybe this will make everyone happier. Drop this camera a little lower. Drop this like this way. Bring this guy in. Oof, a little close. There we go. Okay, that's a little better. Yeah, if there's anything, like if you're finding that the angles I'm painting on or anything's, like I said, we're still learning, we're still growing. So I would very much, if you got any comments, let me know. Good or bad. Like, if you're like, hey, that camera angle sucks. Hey, you keep moving them off screen. It helps to know that. Like, it would have really helped to know if someone was like, hey, man, your mic's off. That would have been awesome to hear. Or not hear. So we're just going to keep going. We're going to tickle all these teeth here. I'm going to try to go leaner on the lighter palate bone on these outside teeth. And I'm not too worried about this inside piece. I'm going to just hit that with some spongy sponge to clean it up. Yeah, we'll just make a friggin' mess. Here we go. What? There we go. But have fun while you do this, right? Can't be worried about being precise. Just kind of slap paint and feel good about it. That's the whole point. So right now, a lot of this palette bone and sand gold is really making this kind of look poopy butthole. Which isn't terrible. I kind of like that browniness to it. You can come back and touch up with some slaughter red once this dries, maybe. Maybe some glistening blood and some vampire garments. Something like that. Get this going. There we go. Okay. Let me just get the bottom here. I'm going to use that sand gold a bit more on the bottom. Just because anything that's kind of on the lower, call it inferior aspect rather than superior aspect. I'm going to try to put a little more darkness in as This combination is really making this look poopy butthole. I kind of love it. It just looks nasty. Now, don't try this at home. I'm trying to like dry brush speed paint on these little bits. And dry brushing speed paint is not a good idea. It doesn't work. But maybe with the Crusader skin, all these things will be doing it. Paint screen. Let me hold on. Check something. Go with that. Okay, we're gonna move this back just a little. Get a little better focus, I think. See, I think we got 3 people in right now. All right. Someone else just jumped in, I think. Yes, no, maybe. Show me a comment. Let me know what you're up to. Are you painting something at home? Enjoying dinner on a Friday night? You know, maybe just hanging out with me and saying hi. Give me a shout. Say what you like. Alrighty. So, yeah, where were we? Dry brushing speed paint. Not more of just it's there, it's drying up, and it's on my brush. I guess an experiment in itself, but unintentional. You know what? A little practice, maybe it can work. Look at that. Do. Oh, yeah. A little practice, it can work. I'm going to need a lot of practice in a lot of aspects of this. But I'm learning as I go. And I am very, very appreciative that you're here watching me learn. We all got to learn at some point, right? So that's looking a little more crispy. It's kind of a sharp divide here with these. We'll find a way to blend that. Not sure how yet, but we'll find a way. Oops. Oh. Oh, that's way too orange for his mouth. But it's on there. We're doing it. We'll have to lift that up later. Or tone it down, maybe. I don't know. Fix it somehow. Maybe just do all his teeth that color. That might just be easier. There we go. There we go. I don't know if I like that. You can go back over that. Yeah, that's much too dark. And it's kind of spilly on his face. Yeah, maybe we'll just dry brush that after. And clean off his gums a little. There we go. Clean. Had a scrubby brush. There we go. The other one's a little dirty. A little too dirty, so I'm not do that. Just do that with a nice wet brush. That clean. Let's do that with his teeth too. And let's brush his teeth a little. Oh, there's some crap there too. Get that off. There we go. There. Let's do a little dabby dab. Okay. That's pretty good. So yeah, I think maybe we'll hit these with some yellow. Maybe hit some of these bumpies with some of that the malignant green. See what that does. Be tricky with the Crusader skin, because the Crusader skin is going to mix and like this is where the reactivation issue might be an issue. Is if I go boop 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 with all the malignant green and then cover the Crusader skin, it's gonna do, it might do some weird stuff. Now it might just do its own natural wet blend, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't trust it. I'd rather put something like this grung green. Boop. Oh, yep, sorry, crash. Rather put that on some of these dots and then have like a little more of a solid base. Maybe put the Crusader skin over that and malignant green over that, make kind of a sandwich and see what happens. I don't know. We'll find out. But yeah, so far, tusks, teeth, haven't done the hoofs. That is loud compared to the skin. That is much louder. So that's why I'm kind of thinking the Crusader skin might be good. Or oil washes. Oil washes would actually be fantastic on this. We might do that. What do you think in the comment section? Let's see how many people are watching right now. And let me take a little look. We got 3 people. Oh, we got some going on here. So kind of on the street. Topics. Yeah, there's sometimes when you have that kind of, when you get that metal bit perfect, uh, like you got some little like a robot arm or something, and you get that nice kind of gleam on it. It looks pretty good, and it pops in your hand good and responds to light well. And sometimes that's just a rewarding thing to have that little blink. Sounds like I'm sold on Crusader. Yeah, I think so. I'm kind of looking at it like it would be a great use of oil paint. Um, you'd probably lose a lot in cracks. I don't know. I think the Crusader skin will probably take the cake here. Let's see. Okay. Let's let her rip. So this is where we're, if you're not sure about the Crusader skin, this is what we're kind of talking about here. I don't like, I'm kind of worried that's gonna be too fleshy, too alive, too warm. Let's try it on his ankle. You know, let's at least see what that does. We'll put it right on his calf here. And I will have a emergency sponge at the ready. Oh, yeah, just in case we gotta sop this off. So let's give a little blendy blend. Alright, we're gonna go side view for this right now. So we can get a nice good look at that ankle, or that calf. You know what? We're gonna play it safe as well. There's 4 drops of Crusader skin. I'm gonna take our medium. What? Yeah, I switched. I just am gonna switch this for a sec so we get a bigger, better view of that calf. So that's where the action is right now. I know it's just a bottle of medium. I don't even know what this stuff's made of. But it says shake well, so we're gonna shake it well as well. Alright, so what did I say? 4 drops? We'll go 4 drops. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we'll go keep it 1 to 1. Back to our monster brush. Make it a little clean. Oh, that is really dirty. Just gonna keep washing this. Clean, clean, clean. Hmm. Just gonna mix this around a bit. And okay, here we go. Wish me luck with this. Let's see what happens. I'm just gonna scrape it on, pour it down and over. Now I thinned it out on a 1 to 1 ratio. And I actually really like it. It's a little warmer than I wanted, but at this, I guess, thinness, this dilution, it actually shows that purple through really well. So we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. We said it. We said Crusader skin. Now we're doing it. So we're just gonna take a look at his leg. Let's keep going with his leg. Now, one of the things I was a little worried about is right here. When we go over these little bumps and we go near the bone, that kind of orangey warmth in the skin is going to give way and take some of that boniness off the bone, so to speak. And that doesn't look like it's the case here. Anything, I almost want to say that layer of red is almost being brought back to life, which I kind of love. So we're just going to keep going around here. We're going to let it wash over the pustules. We can come back and dry brush these pustules. I just want to make sure I'm getting a good cover on this. Yeah, I really like how that's sitting on him right now. Give him a little bit of color. Now I'm going right over all these pustules, even though I said I was going to do the mulligan green, because we can just take this sponge sponge here, pardon me, go boop 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 boop, buff them all clean, right? So I was just doing that as an example. I'm gonna go back over them because I kind of want it to sit a little bit on it, and that way it'll look a little more natural blended. I'll try to get in his butt crack there. Alright, big gross stinky monster with a big fat butt. And you gotta make sure we give it attention it deserves. There. I like it. So we're just gonna keep on the 1 to 1 ratio. 2, 3, 4. I'll probably keep going 4 and 4. So it seems to be a manageable quantity without it drying up too much too fast. I find if you dump out a bunch onto your dry palette, it'll be not really workable by the time you get to the bottom of it. So you just have a bit and you blend them right here on the palette. You should be fine. So now we're gonna whoop, whoop, whoop. Look at that. That looks great. I was really worried about that level of warmth, but now I'm actually really thrilled with it. Oh, sponge is stuck to the bottom there. Fix that. Yeah, and we're just gonna go over all the skulls and pustules. We're not gonna worry. Probably could use an even bigger brush. Probably be a smarter idea. Um, that or maybe shoot these things through an airbrush. I don't know how that would work. I know the guy tried it with the 2.0s, and it seemed to do okay. Kind of like the idea of slathering it on. I feel like an airbrush, you would get the same kind of. Maybe you just kind of lay it on heavy, and hopefully, instead of kind of drying like airbrush paint, it kind of lands wet and sloppy. So again, I feel because it would go through your gun and hit your target wet, I don't know if I would want to do that. Because then once you start blowing it around, they're gonna blow around all the pools and like it's gonna do its speed paint thing and sit in the pockets. And then if you go back over it and go whoosh, you're gonna blow that paint out of the pocket. And then maybe you're gonna have to just soak it on and on to like let it soak back into those pockets that you're constantly blowing it out of. I'm not sure. We're gonna go back to overhead. Nope. Go back to every cap. There we go. This kind of seemed to be a nice little medium of getting everything in there. Well, maybe we can do this. Sorry, bear with me here. Parkour camera. Probably could have just skipped to the other one for that. I don't know if that helped or not. I don't think so. Oh, there we go. That's actually a little better. It's kind of what I wanted. So you can see up here. We'll juggle cameras around. Like I said, we're still learning. We're figuring it out. Oh, don't like what's going on there. I need to put it on thicker. Maybe it's just not mixed very well. It kind of is frothing up. I couldn't tell you what that's a reaction to. Might just be not enough paint on the brush to get that good slobber. Well, that one kind of just poured out, so we're eyeballing that mix. 1-to-1-ish. It's nice and greasy. So get it all over here. There you go. You want it to really pull over. Okay. And this part here. Still think I'm gonna do these little bumpy things. These like muscle strands. I'm reading them as like exposed strands of muscle. They might be like exposed, horn coming through the flesh and sticking out the top. That kind of just dawned on me now that that's what that might be. But I'm thinking I like the striated muscle tissue. I think we'll hit that with the bit of slaughter red as well eventually. Or like some vampire garments. Alright. So got a lot of his back done here. I'm just kind of slathering it on. Not really too worried. Kind of figured where it's going to sit or what it's going to do. Now that makes me a little happier with it. Okay, so let's take a look at the overhead for a second. And just go over here. Exactly know what's going on here. It looks like he's got some like hair, some tufts. Maybe I put those gray. We'll see. But I'm going to try to avoid those little tufts. And we'll put something else there. Just to give a little bit of interest on that. Let's see, I'll try to point that out here. Yeah, that little tuft there. See where that divides? That's where we're trying to switch it up. Okay, I'm gonna take 2 seconds to see what's going on. How long do you specifically let oil sit before it's dried? Depends on how you mix it. You can mix oil and wipe it off with a sponge really quickly. Oh, typically. Well, I'm just kind of looking at a tiny thing here. So, how long do you typically let oil sit before it's dried? I should make this bigger. Um, it depends on how you mixed it. Like if you put raw oil paint on your model, it's gonna stay wet for like weeks. The first time I used oil paint, I did not really thin it at all. I put it on raw, maybe with a little bit of thinner, but not to the point where it was like a wash all. It was like thick oil paint, and it was wet for like 3 weeks. Like I put it on a shelf, I put a box over it so it wouldn't get dusty or anything. And like I went back like after a few days, still wet. A week later, still wet. 2 weeks later, still wet. 3 weeks, still wet. I went and I just dunked it in thinner and washed it all off and then redid it with acrylic. But yeah, if you mix it not right, it can stay wet and removable a long time. um, Typically, like you could let it soak, let it sit for like an hour even, and then come back and just go at it with some thinner and a makeup sponge. Um, so the cool thing is, if you use acrylic paint and put it on your model as like your base and your highlights and all that, if you're using acrylics, it'll stay nicely. And then you can wash over that with oils. And then you can take the oil paint thinner and you can rough up the oil paint. Like you can sponge it off and the oil paint will be very sensitive to it, but the acrylic will not. So you can take your oil paint and strip it right off the acrylic without stripping any acrylic. So it's almost like I'll say it takes points for that over speed paint, because if I wanted to really strip speed paint with water, that might affect my not fully cured acrylic paints. Or, if I go at it with like isopropyl, it'll just strip all acrylic. Like everything I'm using will go right down to the primer. Maybe even past the primer. I'm just gonna dab around there. Dabby dab dab. Boo boo. Alright, I'm guessing people might be eating dinner or something. It's close to dinner time, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the just for a sec. Actually, no, we're gonna go to overhead because you're not seeing what I'm doing on my head there, or its head there. There we go. Here, we'll fix this. Okay. Oop, that's gonna fall. Do not trust that. Side view. There we go. A little better. Yeah, I'm working on his face still. And that little tuft up there. There. It's a little better. So we're just gonna try to get this. That. I'm gonna go back over his teeth and his face after. Might even go back over the scar on the side of his head with some pink. Make it look a little like a burn scar or something. Just sitting like that, I really like it. But we'll see what comes of it. This thing's just sponging up the paint, I'll tell you. It's the other thing oil would have been nice for is the oil paint has a really nice coverage ratio, like it spreads. And whereas this, I feel like I'm burning up a lot of my oil speed paint here. It oil paint, you wouldn't feel like it needs as much. It's less syrupy. Okay, so we're gonna get to the sphincter now, and we're gonna see how these two rub shoulders. Just gonna put on that. It's a little heavier than what I wanted. I'm noticing that wound there. A little extra. Oop, oop. Okay, so one there. Just kind of hitting this guy all willy-nilly now. That's a nicer mix, a little thinner. So we get a little more of that. In fact, we want his skin. Hit that down there. Just let them do their thing. Yeah, definitely running this stuff through the airbrush would probably be a lot faster. More I keep going through this, the more tempted I am. I don't think it'll land like how I want. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comment section. I'm going to give it a shot. I mean, there's a whole lot of surface area. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, good to see ya. Yeah, the oil paints are a lot of fun. And they like I would call them like the ultimate contrast paint. Before contrast paint was a thing. And it's actually for a lot of people who do like um army stuff. Like I don't do scale. Well, I've never built a scale battleship or a tank yet, but I feel like people who do those replicas, um, they do a lot of airbrush and a lot of oils because they do a lot of like pin washes, panel lining, uh, like grimed up surfaces, fuselages and tank hulls, stuff like that. That really doesn't lend itself to speed paint well, but you kind of want when you grime up that like the wall of that tank, you kind of want that rust streak coming down, and oil paints do a really nice job of that, and they clean up very nicely. But it is, you need thinner. I actually have oil paints that are water miscible, but it's like it defeats the purpose. The surface tension of the oil paint is kind of what you're looking for. Like for the panel lining and stuff, it gets so thin and can run along cracks and seams between panels. So I don't know, we'll see. We might keep washing this with oil, see how the oil and speed paint works together. I think that would be a neat little experiment. Yeah, I was a little worried about this. This part is sphincter arm. It's getting a little wishy-washy here. Oh my god. Have I not made the joke that this Glotkin doesn't know his asshole from his elbow? um, have I ever used? No, I haven't used my speed paints with an airbrush yet. Uh, no, curious though. I've seen it done. I've seen it done with the 2.0s. I just don't have the 2.0s. I'd imagine it'd be okay with these, but maybe like I'm wondering if maybe the wetter, longer work time makes them more likely to spider web and get blown out of their pockets. See, we got 4 people in now. All right, hello. Woo! Happy to see you on this beautiful Friday night. If you tuned in from the beginning, or if you are just starting this podcast or live stream rather, sorry. Now, I had some technical issues at the beginning, so the first several minutes I had no mic. So if you are working to get caught up or watching along from the beginning, feel free to, you know, give me a chirp for that. Trust me, I won't let myself live that one. Okay. So, yeah, there's a level of warmth in this Crusader skin that I like. It's getting a little pooly. I'm having to pull some out of some spots. But overall, it's not bad. Probably have to go back over some of it with a bit of a another layer of dry brush. Yeah, that warmth is looking good. Just a little tricky because it's so big. There's so much surface area. Like I'm seeing a spot right up there. It's like you're just constantly going around. Oh, I missed that spot. Missed that spot. I found a spike I missed, so I knew that was gonna happen. Ooh, just messing up my table here. Okay. All right. So, just keep plugging at this skin right now. Model's like 90% skin, so, you know, there's plenty to be had. Plenty to go around. These little tendrils, I'll probably come back and blend something else to them. Maybe a little more pink, a little more bright. A little fleshy pink. I kind of like how that one kind of looks down there. So I'm thinking maybe some along those lines. Now I'm just gonna pull like that skulls. Some of these skulls and things are there's a lot of the skin pulled up on them that I don't want there. I'm seeing a little bit of oranginess, which I'm guessing is from the sand golem and bone. And yeah, see like that parts where I'm touching it, it's gonna reactivate that other paint, and it's gonna put that sand golem in places I don't want. So that's that unpredictable nature that you kind of have to deal with this speed paint, or at least this kind. Maybe they solved that with the new stuff. I'll shamelessly plug if anyone from Army Painter is watching. I would love a box of that 2.0 stuff. I'm just playing. I think I'm a little small for sponsorship still. Maybe one day. I said last time, I'm actually just really enjoying having people to paint with, even if it's just a couple people hanging out. So we're getting to the peck and the belly now. Sorry, I'll flip that around so we get a better view. I'm just gonna go down the belly walls here, side here. It's got these like, I don't know if they're a brand or just like a tattoo or something, but get that. Some of that orange out, bring it back out. So thinking I'll probably put some pink on that lip. It's got a pretty cool looking underlip down here. So when we come back to it, put some pink on it. Now the one bummer about this stuff is it does take a while to dry. You probably hit it with the hair dryer, speed that up a bit, but it still takes its time and is a bit sensitive. All right, so keep going with this. Once again, if you're just tuning in, I appreciate you hanging out with me this fine Friday. If you were tuned in from the beginning, I apologize for the tech problems. And if you are just tuning in to this point live, then I'll say, what tech problems? Uh, this one was a bit of a tricky start. But that's how we learn, right? Pretty sure I said it last time. You gotta be shitty in order to get good. So yeah, right now we're kind of in between two cameras here. Just trying to get the this right nice view to get all this on its leg. Kind of see I'm just kind of smack right now. Gonna soak it in on his knees there. He has this leather buckle on his leg, so we'll try to steer away from that just a little. He's got this big sort of wall here. Look at that. Got like an eyeball in his tummy. Got like a whole monster in his tummy. So we'll just try to keep that looking nice. Some spongy bits in. Yeah, that sand golem, man, that just snuck out of its pit, and I feel like it's pushing orange in little places around the face and the bases of these things. Which, you know, this could be worse. It's kind of a fun effect. A little bit of brightness. But yeah, we'll have to pull some of that out. Pull some of those pools. It's looking pretty good so far. Ooh, there we go. I'll probably put that tuft on its head as maybe some gray, the runic gray. I'll get through this big tendril arm. Mix this up, take a little peek. See if anything else is jumping in the comments. Hair dryer, move the paint if it's wet still. It's a good question. Uh, I've I want to say yes, just based on physics. Um, I would probably try to give it a second to kind of sit, or use the hair dryer on low. One I have has like a low, so I'd just keep it from a distance and blast it from. So there's like low air force, but just heat hitting it. Um, but once again, I've also had issues where I've taped things off, sprayed them, and then hair dried them, and then when I peeled the tape, the paint layer was like soft, like it was heated up, and the little lip of tape just peeled this whole line of acrylic off the thing, like it was almost like peeling a sunburn. But it was, yeah. So I find that maybe the heat makes the paint sensitive. Um, so it can be hit and miss. I would probably not use it on anything that has heavy pooling. Like if I wanted my model to have, let's see if I can just pull something up. So let's see here. Yeah, we'll just go with these skulls. Like if I wanted to just go blah and pull that skull up, a hair dryer, and I wanted it intentionally to stay there, a hair dryer would probably move that. But like as I spread this, like I don't think a hair dryer would move that too much. But if you have any standing pools that are intentional, the hair dryer might move those around a little. But usually we don't want those standing pools. We only want that if we want something drastic. Okay, so his arm's looking pretty good too. Like I said, I like the warmth that this is bringing, that cold purple, while still letting a bit of that cold flesh and purple sort of be present through it. Just kind of soaking this whole thing now. And we'll figure it out from there. Okay, we got this here. We'll do front, We'll go around it. Okay. So I see some little boils and pustules or scabies in there. Those might be fun to fill in with some gore effects. We'll see. Okay. Back of his arm. Ankle on that. Whoa. Yeah, I'm just gonna have at it. Get this thing covered. There we go. I do. It's not like I'm actively trying to make it darker here, but if this section sits a little heavier, pulls a little more, I'm not gonna mind. It's kind of like the underside of the arm, so it should be a little darker anyway, I think. Really, it's actually a really tough spot to even observe, so let's see. You know what? I like this. Tougher to see what I'm doing. And move it back. Right. Kind of nice thing about this is it's almost so big that by the time I get like the section done, it's the sections where I started will be almost dry. All right. Okay. So I did miss. There's a spike up there. All right. Where are you, buddy? This guy here and this guy here. So we'll have to come back with some of that bone concoction for those. Okay. He's got some dirty feet here, but with some of this fleshiness around it. I'm still not sure whether I do the hoofs like a grim black or the continue with the pallid bone. I'm leaning towards black. I just think a nice dark hoofs looks or seems better, more right. And I have no idea what I'm gonna do with this thing here. Something bright, something fun. This guy's already scary enough. Add a little joy to him. Give him a bright green cape or something. Right. So I think we're around the 2-hour mark. I haven't really been looking at my clock at all. I know my last one went for 3. I might go a little farther, depending on the time and how we get things done and how things fry. And I keep slipping off the camera here. It's a little trickier to hold focus. And get there. The other side of his belly here. If I flip this up, you can see what I'm doing. Just up in here. Okay. Okay, so that actually looks pretty damn good. It's not the spot I said I saw that is like that spot doesn't have anything on it. Sure enough, I didn't even fix it. Let's see, back here and up here. Alright. Okay, that's pretty darn good. A little bit, maybe a little too much warmth, but we could peel that back out again. It's just a matter of going back and forth, back and forth. Put some runic gray up there, maybe some slaughter red in his belly just to start there. That big nasty mess. Yeah, that right there. It's gonna have to take a second or two to just dry because he's soaking. And that's the other thing when you have um, really wet paint or really runny paint, like the oils, for example. If you're holding your model and you do a panel line or a pin wash, and then you turn your model a different way, you run the risk of your nice smooth panel line turning sideways and then running down with gravity. So sometimes you got to be mindful. Like I've had some paintings where I've had to like hit an area with wash and then hold it like this so the wash stays flat. Because if I stand it up, the wash will run down and make that little shadowy pool. And I want it to be smooth on the panel. So right now, I think with the speed paint, you want it to just sit how it sits and try not to move too much. Yeah, Crusader skin looks pretty good. A little warmer than I envisioned when I started this, but I like it. We can pinken that up and we can add some colors to these bits. There, and just go. There, so we can already start cleaning up some of those skulls. Like this guy here. No. There. This here, we can clean up a little. I'll just go with this wet sponge and do a little bit of cleaning. Cleaning and blending. Basically, I'm going to try to get it off most of the skulls here. Ooh. I guess one of the drawbacks is you don't want to, don't miss. But that's a mess. You can see where there's some pools here that I didn't want. And then we're going to pull right off. There, see? And you just kind of keep going with the wet sponge. Pull it off things you don't want. Or even gently just kind of lighten it a bit. And a little scrub, 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 scrub. Anything that has a little much. Not too much. A little scrubby dubby. Any spots that you see that you don't like? That's a tricky one. He's in there. Yeah, I nicked him. Now we'll have to go back to the side of that. That's a mess. Yeah. Yeah, right there. That's a mess. We'll fix that. But so far, that looks pretty good considering. Here. Do a little buff here. Buff, buff. There we go. Oh, that might have been a little too much. Yeah, that's too much. Damn it. See, I kind of screwed up that little. Is there? Oh, little thumb buff. Nice. Haha. Does that work? Paint thumb chum. Yeah, we're gonna fix that up a bit. But I like it. It's gonna take a second to dry. Maybe while that dries, we'll put some gray up here, so we're not sitting idle doing nothing. I don't know why I'm going with runic gray. Something about it's telling me, runic gray is the choice. Um, Once again, in the comments, let me know if the music's too loud, too quiet, the image cameras are okay, coming through okay. Last stream, darker hoops. Yeah, I'm thinking darker hoops too. I think that's gonna be the key to it. Okay. All right, cool. As long as you can hear it and have a good balance, that's what I'm hoping for. So yeah, this is the runic gray we're going with. Ooh. And we're gonna put it on this little fur tuft here. Now, as I'm looking at it, I'm wondering, am I even reading that right? There's like a little keel there. And we're getting a heavy pull there. We're just going to pull that out. So he's got that little ring here, that leather strap through the teeth, some, guts hanging out. Got that leather buckle on his leg. He's got some spikes and stuff all over his back. And he's got these two rings and his tapestry or whatever. It's got this big butthole asshole elbow thing. And a big sort of burny scar on his face that covers his eye. He's got a little dude in here too. Here, maybe we can do a little look-see. Yeah, you see he's hiding there. There's also like skulls and stuff. Ooh. Inside the horns. Another big skull on his legs. And trio. Yeah, like I said, we'll do something bright. Something bright with the that tapestry there. And with his guts and stuff. Sorry, I'm just trying to give you a decent look at where we're at so far. Oh, yikes. There, see, that's the mouth thing holding on. bandolier, the strap, and then guts hanging out, and his face. That lower lip there, with those little dots. Ooh. Yeah, we might do that as softer, brighter pink. We'll see. And from the top, now you can see the horns. Good view of the head. A little surface. That looks to me like fur there, right there. That's a tuft. Almost looks like a tuft of grass or something. Ooh. Yeah. So I'm thinking runic gray, but we'll see. For the pustules, maybe some yellows and greens. A little purple. You might take an airbrush and put some transparent purple back over them. You know, take a little bit of warmth out of the life we put on him. I have to glue on some bits. Oh, yeah, these guys. I forgot about these. So, we still have these guys to do up. And they would normally ride on this guy as such. Let's get this a little taller. Yeah, there he's a biggin. So, I should have pulled up a picture of the Magakin, but I have one of those old school beasts of Nurgle. I was thinking about putting that on this little section here. Right where that first guy was standing. It kind of gives a nice little base. Now the thing is, it's actually pretty big, so I might even actually have to remove some of this to fit it in. I think I might actually have to Dremel out a little bit of that cleft. So I'd like to keep it with some of those pustules in the front. So we'll see. Yeah, I also got a few other bits and stuff, just like nurgly things. Stuff like there's a torch that was in his back up here. And I just gotta glue that back on. But I figured it'd be easier for the sake of things out of my way to just paint without it. Like once it was off, I was like, well, I'll worry about that later. Okay. This is almost dry. Probably take a few more minutes though. While that's doing that, I will hop over to the comment section and see if oh, I don't know. It looks great. Tons of detail. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Um, I would like to say the model gets credit for all the detail. I can't really take too much, but it's the dry brushing creates the contrast to make it really pop out. I'm really happy with how that Crusader skin kind of came about. I'm actually going to take a little bit off the scar now that I'm seeing it dry and settle. We're going to do a little bit of a buff off that eye. See? Boom. And it kind of brightens up just a little. I'm going to take it off that side too. Take a little bit off that crest. Just kind of remove as we go. So we can get that high spot, those high parts, and that cold flesh that we had. So I'm just trying to take it off all these textures and go back to them with the dry brush. I don't want to strip it too much. You can see here, let me see if I can see if this makes a difference. Now you can see here where it kind of looks almost a little more orangey. Now I think that's where the sand golem And the Crusader skin rubs shoulders at this base. You can see the sand, how that little spike looks a little more orange. So I think as I was splashing around, the sand golem, the like pallid bone sand golem mix, kind of woke up around here and drizzled down his back a little, and put a little bit of orange where I don't want it. So we clean it up. That's how we fix it. There. And he's got a little bit of warmth. He's still got some pop. But we can still have these cold sort of pale spots that give us a nice chance to work with other colors, and they won't be affected or as much. Give them a little floss. There you go, buddy. Yeah. It's all right. Ah. Okay. So, this is always one of those like, where to next moments. Part of me says, grab the medals. And the other one says, you're not done with the skin. Hoof score. There's some teeth there. I'm not sure. Thinking maybe play with some of the embellishments. Put some metal on that flail. Put some leather on those straps. We'll see. Yeah, I'll turn to the comment section, see if anyone has any shoutouts for it. Oh, sorry, itchy eyeball. Anything without any parts without a first color. Oh, so like parts that are just raw from the start, or like things that haven't been hit by any speed paint. Uh, okay, I'm seeing some. I'm seeing some. Yeah, you know what? Before I go any further, I'm gonna go back and fix the stuff that I knew I was gonna miss. There. That'd probably be the smart idea. Is I located some horns that I missed. I should probably get those horns before I go on. Maybe the hoofs. Just take it right down to his feet. I always usually though think the feet and the base kind of meld as one. But this base will get some extra love and attention. So I've kind of painted over it, but there's potential for it to be phenomenal. All right. Let's get fixing, I guess. Oops. Don't knock the dry brush palette or your dry palette with your brush. Oh, my words are all over the place, I guess. That's okay. And we need to smack a little bit more things we want. That's a little messy there. Get this part here. Okay. So there's also a spot under that horn that I totally missed. I'll put a little more bone in there. Ooh. See that part? I probably could put more skeleton bone on as well. So it's a little messy looking. And I think that's from the purple under it. Yeah, that section will need a little more love later on down the road. We can give it that as needed. Oop. What are we at here? Ah, think you gotta get someone else in the room? I think, I'm not sure. Yes, let me check my stats. Hello, there's people hanging out with me. I love it. Thank you for coming. Appreciate you stopping by. Okay, so yeah, right now I'm just doing a little bit of fixing and these spots I missed, I'm going back to. The bone here, because I know there's a lot to cover. And it's always the case. Once you get something like, oh, I'm done that spot, I will move on. You find like, a handful of sections that probably could go revisit, or that you totally missed. Okay, so yeah, we'll touch up with that bone. Section it goes up there, under here. Ooh, nice big spot. There you go. A little spotty. Alright. Making a mess. Alright. A little better. A little better. Now, if you're painting something at home, I would love to know what you're painting. If you're just hanging out on the patio or, enjoying your Friday evening, I'd love to know what you're up to. It is a beautiful evening here in Ontario, Canada. So I have no doubt there's a lot of people, out and about on the patios or out having a drink. Maybe out for a walk in the park. If you're not here with me painting, I don't blame you. But if you are here with me, painting or not, I truly appreciate it. I appreciate it very much. I know last time I was saying that the whole loneliness thing is a current epidemic in our North. I don't want to say it's beyond North American healthcare, and like human beings, we're social creatures. We get lonely. Couldn't believe they compared it to 15 cigarettes a day. I know I'm bringing that one back up. That was kind of a mind-blowing stat. And I know I mentioned it before, but it does get, we can all feel that lonesomeness at our hobby table now. Okay, so yeah, I'm thinking maybe Grim Black on the hoofs. Yeah, we'll put some Grim Black on the hoofs and some Runic Gray up here. I'm pretty sure that's what we're looking for, is some Runic Gray. This stuff. Well, this blends up. See if anything's happened in the comments section. Yeah, it's pretty quiet today. Well, no, I guess I had it coming with the, guess I had it coming with having my mic off for like, that's what, the first few minutes? I might have scared everyone away. People come in and be like, what? You can't even, he hasn't figured it out yet? Oh, I'm out of here. Not gonna sit for 3 hours of this guy talking to himself and me not hearing. We're not doing lip sync for 3 hours. Ah, well, live and learn, right? Maybe it's just everyone's out and about on a Friday doing their own thing. Maybe you're at the cottage. Maybe you're going out for dinner or something. Maybe you're at a sporting event. That's next weekend, isn't it? So yeah, I'll plug if you're in Oshawa, or if you're just in, the Durham region, Greater Toronto area, I will plug that there is a fight series happening at the Tribute Center June 3rd. If you haven't got your ticket yet, you should go buy a ticket. It's gonna be a great night of fights. It's at the Tribute Center. You know, as much as I would like to plug, I'll be there. There'll be way cooler people there to see than me. I promise you that. But really, yeah, it'll be a great time, great fights. If you're a fight fan or you like martial arts of any kind, it's an MMA fight. It's not boxing or anything like that. It is a legit cage fight, and it is a legit league. So get your tickets, June 3rd, Tribute Center. Yeah, I'm not exactly a hype man or a promo man of any kind, but it is a it is a good time. And I'll say a fun fact about me: uh, huge fan of mixed martial arts. Well, all martial arts and combat sports, MMA included. Basically, if it's a consensual form of combat, I am down to watch it. Okay, so we got this runic ray up here. It's a bit lame. It's not really jumping out at me, but maybe that's what it's supposed to do. Is just kind of be lame and gray. Now, I think that's a bit of a skin fold. I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll see as we keep going with the paint. I'm just gonna give it a lick of gray though anyway. We can color over that if we need to. Boop. All right. Grim black on the hooks. This stuff right here. Now it's funny, I have my wet palette all out and set up. I haven't touched it this whole time. So, you know, it's there. I do use them, but not always. I'd rather have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. That's the saying, right? No. Yeah. Oh, here. Let's see if we can't get a better view of his dirty feet here. Hold on. Save you the motion sickness of spinning this camera around. Oh, okay. Sorry, it is a little bit picky. Camera likes to move around a little. That should be a bit better. Okay. There's a foot. Mix this up. And wish me luck. Hopefully this works. I'm just gonna very lightly go from top down. And we will buff this out as needed. If we need to buff off bits of black from the flesh of the foot, we can and we will. Yeah, I'm thinking though, this was the right choice. We're using the Grim Black, and there we go. You can kind of see there. That's gonna dry, and you're just gonna see some of that white, that brightness kind of shine through. It's gonna look really, I guess, bovine hoof-like. Just kind of what I'm going for. I want like a nice heart, like a pig's foot. That's not so much a pig's foot. My goodness. It's a Lola foot. What? Oh, yeah, the puppy paws. She's a sweetie. She just has some swollen feet. Whoa! Close one. Almost smacked him in the face with a Grim Black. That'd have been bad. I know. I'm trying to move this thing around a bit. Trust me, the feet are not easy to film. There's no good way to film these things, to be honest. We'll try to figure out a good angle. It's all good. It's a pretty say a pretty quiet night anyways. I can afford to fuck up a few things, right? It's not like anyone's gonna see it as. No, I really hope people watch this. Even if it's not, I know I'm not a master painter. I'm not I'm not a golden demon winner by any means. I'm just a dude with a paintbrush. But if I can share a couple tidbits of what I'm doing along the way, and you can learn from my mistakes so you don't have to, that way you can make all new mistakes. That's half the fun of this, right? You know, I I would, you know, would like to say the tips and knowledge that I impart in my videos hopefully You know, people learn stuff from it. But I'm more just happy people are here hanging out with me, right? I feel like the best teacher will be the paintbrush in your hand. I could tell you a million things. I could tell you slap chop this, oil paint that. But until you pick up your paintbrush and actually try doing these things, it's it's kind of theoretical, you know? Like as a martial arts fan, I'll say, you know, there's a lot of martial arts to learn on YouTube. Um, some better than others. I'll say you could learn everything. You could have the best coach in the world teach you on YouTube, but until you go into the gym and actually get your butt kicked, um, a lot of it's theoretical knowledge and not practical. Practical, a little bit of practical knowledge, I think, is better than a lot of theoretical. It's better to have both, but okay, yeah, you got my hand in your way now. Yeah, the hoofs are crappy to paint because I can't get the camera any lower. I apologize. Now I'm gonna give a little spin so we can see what's going on with the feet, because that was not a great angle. I apologize. So, let's see what's going on here. No, I do not have a dry palette. I've thought about it. I could probably take a lid or like a little Tupperware container, fill it with bits and stuff, and then use that. For the most part, though, I use the back of my hand. So, like my hands and my wrinkles, and like when you do that, you bunch up your skin, you can make little textures. I also have really hairy hands, so the hairs kind of pick it up, and I will gauge the call it the impact of my dry brush by how much of my print pore or skin is picking up on the paint. Okay, so yeah, we're staring at this guy for a sec. Let's go to the every cam because we're still staring at the feet. Actually, we're gonna go back to overhead so you don't get dizzy while I put this tripod back on. Where did you go, Mr. Tripod? Pow. Sorry, give me 2 seconds. Just getting this camera off of staring at the feet. Alrighty. Ooh, let's fix that. Get that snug. Get that there. And boop. There we are. Okay. Back to it. There we go. That should be a little better. So, yeah, we got his hoofs. Let me get this lifted a bit. You're gonna take a sec to dry, but that's the grim black. You could probably go maybe touch it up in some of the dark areas, like in the recesses, maybe going with like an abyssal black or like a wraith black, something just a touch darker. But I think these look really good. So he's coming along nice. How long are we broadcasting? How long have we been going for? Let's see. Wow, 3 hours already, eh? Well, I honestly feel like I got freaking nowhere. So I'm gonna keep going. We'll see how long. I can keep my butt in the chair for. How about? I know it's been a pretty quiet one tonight, but that's okay. I'd probably be sitting here painting anyway. So the fact that there's at least a couple people hanging out, I really appreciate that. Okay. Where can I start that won't affect drawing for the rest of the skin? Hmm. Let's see. I was kind of thinking maybe some pinks or slaughter reds in those guts. Um, maybe something in the eye. I think the eye will take some time on its own. Maybe some washes. I'm tempted to hit it with oils. The more I look at it and the more I see these textures, the more it's like, yo, oil paint just look fabulous on this as well. Um, yeah, just giving these little feeties a second to dry. Maybe I hit this strap with a bit of like solid brown. Guess maybe some hardened leather. I'd be really worried about the hardened leather bleeding out onto that skin. I don't want that. That's I don't know about that call. That might be one for like a solid, maybe like warm fang brown, or like an army painter brown leather. Um, we'll see. I'm just gonna give this 2 seconds. Okay, what's going on? Sometimes it feels like the same browns over and over. For the cloth, I'm not sure. Sorry, I'm just kind of jumping back up and down there. The cloth, I don't know. Something bright. I like the combinations of purples and greens. Maybe a bright blue, like a cyan. Something, something that looks way more colorful and pretty than a monster like that should be wearing. You know, I don't want to go with a dirty rag or brown cloth. I want pop with that. Um, for the straps, you know, I get stuck on that problem all the freaking time. Um, Leather straps, hardened leather straps, leather boots, brown leather everything. Um, Getting out of that brown leather is tough because I find it's hard to conceptualize. Like if you think of a leather boot, it's most likely brown or black. But if you think of like just think of leather cowboy boots. They can be bright colors, they can be bright red, they're bright like boots aren't just brown and black. Leather isn't just brown and black. And I'm guilty of that all the time because like all my boots are black or brown. I have a black leather jacket. I don't own any colorful leather, but it does exist. So just kind of think to yourself, okay, leather gloves that are purple or all, yeah. So like there are they do tan leather in other colors, and it's just something that we have to knock into our brains that it's okay if it's an olive leather or if it's a chestnut reddy color. You know, um, I was just gonna say, you don't really see blue leather, but like blue suede shoes. Come on. So yeah, leather comes in all colors, and just kind of embrace that thought, and then it should drive through. Like it's almost like believe in it and paint that green leather, and when someone looks at it, they should just be like, "That's a green leather jacket." Um, maybe maybe if you're doing leather with a different color, and this is just coming to my brain now because I never do leather with a different color anyway. Maybe use like a satin finish for the paint, so that way it's not glaring gloss, but it's not totally matte, and it kind of has that like a little bit of that like a healthy leather jacket shine to it. Maybe a satin finished paint will do that. I'm not too sure. I'm kind of just taking a guess at that. Okay, so his feet are looking pretty dry. I think we're hitting the 3 hour mark. Yeah, yeah. Um, we'll keep going. I just don't really know what I'm gonna keep going on with yet. You know what? Maybe we'll start with those leather straps. We'll hit that more plain ground. Part of me wants to experiment with hardened leather. We're going to, but I'm a little worried that it's gonna do terrible things if it bleeds out. We'll see. This whole thing has been a game of we'll see today, right down to the technical aspects. Does this camera work? We'll see. Is my mic on? Ah, we'll see. Okay, so he's got this leather strap in here that goes through the mouth, his belly mouth, and then it kind of comes to like a garter belt on his leg here. I don't know why he has this leather garter, but we're gonna do it. The grooves on that garter are actually pretty shallow, so I fear that that leather will leach out. This is one of those moments where having your paint not like keeping your model still so you don't risk washing those pools around is it's a little important. So we'll adjust this. Let's see if we can't get a good angle. Ooh, without dropping the camera. There we go. Okay, so we're just going to try this here. I had a feeling that this might have been a mistake. I'm just going to kind of poke paint here. It's almost like going back to the dry brush where you don't want to touch anything out, but the paint is super wet. So how do you avoid everything if your paint's that wet? And it just seems to know where it wants to go. That's kind of a bonus. Like this paint is reading my mind in this moment. It's landing where I want it to, and not leading where I don't want it to. A little speech there. That's okay. There we go. Put a little bit in here. A little bit in there. There. A little bit there. So you kind of have that. He's biting right through it. Okay. Can you see in that pit? There, that little leg pit. This is your next sort of objective marker here. You get this. over that. Okay. Here's his belly strap. I'm gonna get his leg strap. Now, normally I load the speed paint up and really slather it on because I am really concerned about that bleeding onto the skin. I'm trying to be intentionally careful not to slather it or overload my brush. Whoops. Let's see. Now, as much as I'm like, oh, I'm terrified, it does clean off. Let's not forget that it does wipe clean pretty quick. I just, it's nicer to not make mistakes, but we often do, or at least I often do. It's just a bummer because live you can't edit them out. You just kind of have to go, ah, shit, and roll with it. Now let's have a painting anyway. I bet you the first happy accident Bob Ross had, he went, ah, shit. And then the producer went, just roll with it, man. And that's how happy accidents were born. Not really, but, I guarantee you every painter has done that. Yeah, I feel like I have a ways to go before I have Bob's level of zen. Okay. So I'm kind of all over the map with trying to get into his friggin' leg here. So when I saw this guy, I thought, you know what? He looks like a pretty open model. He should be easy to paint. So the difference is, an open model would be like open. You can get to everything pretty easy. A closed model is like has, you know, areas and crevices that you really got to weasel your brush into. This guy's huge. Ooh, he's pretty huge and open. But there are some areas that are tricky to get to, like the inside of this leather strap. But I will say the gravity gods are serving me well in that this hardened leather paint didn't seem to flow out of its spot, its the position I wanted it to be in the spot I put it. Just getting to it is tricky. Well, I think that's a good stroke there. Can you see in there? Yeah, we got that leg. And we got that strap there. So that's looking pretty good. There's his belly strap. We can probably put a little more work on that leather. Let's see here. Now I'm thinking I could hit metals. I could hit pustules. Pustules, I'll be here for hours and hours. I don't know if I'm start those plus rules yet now. That would have been something I would have started 3 hours ago. Glad I didn't though. Um, we could go touch up some skulls. Back to the bones. Kind of feeling like touching up some of the metal might be good. I know some of those rings, some of these things up here, like these bracers, they haven't had much paint other than the wash, the pallid bone on them. Uh, let's see, hold on. Well, that bone, or that leather rather, dries. Let's see. Okay, yeah, well, that's just finishing up. Let's take a little peek at our page and let's see. Goodbye. Oh yeah, yeah. It is always nice to paint with Bob. Now I'm not an oil painter. I tried to paint a canvas watching one, and I literally had to just stop because the speed in which he paints with, it's amazing. Like if you're a canvas painter, I'm not. So maybe a canvas painter would have more tricks to keep up with him. But just like, oh, maybe this will be fun. Oh no, 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 no. Yeah, yeah. I just paint the models and stuff. If I had to if I had to paint a Bob Ross in real time in one episode of 20 something minutes, oh my God, that would just be paralyzing. Now I've put 6 hours in on this thing so far. I know a lot of it I'm chatting with everyone here, but 20 something minutes for a canvas oil painting. The guy was a wizard. And I just knew the tricks that I know. Wonder if Bob would have ever painted a mini. I wonder what he'd paint. I feel like it would have to be a mini that's not a war game. I feel like anything holding a gun or a rocket launcher or a tank or like I feel anything war based he probably would be not interested. That's just my own preconception and notion of it. He well, I know maybe he built models and stuff. I really couldn't say. Oh, so yeah, just over 3 hours, 10 minutes. Charlie 0. He's 26. Okay, yeah, stats are alright. Okay. We'll probably hit it with some metal. Let's hit it with some silver. We'll get busy with that. Uh, no. We'll start with some Iron Base Warrior. This is the first Citadel color I'm popping out today. I was gonna use that Mornfang brown, but hardened leather won me over. This is a really dark irony sort of color. We're just gonna take this right off the pot here. So people wonder how you spill Nuln Oil. This is kind of how you spill Nuln Oil. You use your pot. You hit up here. You tip this. it tips over. That's how you spell your nominal. So you'll see I have a wet palette here, and I'm not going to use it. Just going to use their hand again. Boop, boop. So we're gonna go and get this little ring here to start. I'm gonna touch a little metal on it, this iron warrior. Now it's kind of like a nice dark gunmetal-y color. So if you want to brighten it, you can, but it is a nice dark metal that has good, what is it, luster? Good shine. Without being like, you know, platinum white silver kind of. Has a nice sort of steely color. Probably do these buttons like gold or something. You got this piece here. We'll keep that the same. We're gonna paint, paint. Okay. Doo-ba-doo. All right. So we're gonna keep this going. Boo. These little metal bits we're just gonna cover up there. You can always make them a little more brighter. You can add color to them. You can speed paint over metallics and it looks pretty good. It's a nice sort of colorful metallic look. But yeah, like personally I like doing something with a lead belcher or a I guess the Rune Fang steel's kind of nice because it's bright, and then you cover it with that grim black, and it uh, I don't know, it kind of gives it. It's not quite gunmetal, but it's like a dirty steel that looks really good. It kind of mutes some of that shine, so if you don't want your metallics to be so high luster and such, you know, with so much glint when the light hits them, putting the speed paint over it kind of nullifies a bit of that glint, and maybe not nullifies, like mutes it a bit, tones it down. So when light hits it where that metal would like glare, it kind of reduces that glare. It's still kind of shiny, but the speed paint over the metallics seems to have that muting quality. Oh, paint all over my phone. Which normally I wouldn't care, but it's the it's got my hold stuff with. You get paint all over stuff. It's one thing to have it on your hand, it's another thing to get everywhere with your hand. Okay, can you see this spiky thing? Or this ring thing between the spiky things? Oh yeah. I don't know What the hell? We're just painting things. Okay, so he's got little piercings. He's got. Let's go up here with these now. These parts are a little tricky because that bone is so light that this iron warrior metallic, like if I spill that on the bone, it's gonna be really hard to get that shininess off. Like even if you put a coat or two of skeleton bone back over it, uh, you'll still kind of get that shine under it. Like you can almost see that there's a metallic luster underneath those two thin coats. I'll be honest, I don't really do the two thin coat thing. I mean, sometimes if you need it and it applies, but I'd rather just smack paint on and then smack more paint on. Like one thick coat, no. Two thin coats, sometimes sure. Like a dozen nano coats, that's what it takes. Alrighty. Holy nails. This guy's got so much stuff going on. Like, you think, oh, it's just a few metal bits, and then you start going, and you're like, holy crap. There's metal everywhere here. So, once again, if you're tuned in, watch the last one. We're probably not going to finish this whole thing tonight. We're going to keep working on this. It's going to be a long work in progress. Ready to start dark and brighten. Start bright. Build up grime after. I like to start dark with metallics usually. Um, I find metallics sit better on black than white. Uh, just like white, sometimes you get that streakiness, or you kind of get like this really brightness between your brush strokes, whereas black kind of seems to, I don't know what the photo properties of it are, but it just seems to like bounce around and make the, like if you have everything painted black and then paint a little bit of silver and you miss a little bit of black, it's harder to notice. Whereas if you have something primed totally white and paint silver and miss it, for some reason I feel like my eyes can see the white, the errors on metallic over white easier than they can see the errors over metallic over black. I think that's what I'm trying to say. But yeah, I feel like black just lends itself to metallic paint better. And then you can kind of start with something like this Iron Warrior that's kind of dark. And then you can actually put edge highlights with like Runefang Silver, which is a little brighter. And I find if you started with Runefang Silver, getting the edges that look like this Iron Warrior are actually much tougher. So yeah, I find it's easier to go dark with the metallics and then brighten them up. And then after they're bright, I'll add like the washes and rusts and grime and all that. And then maybe we just go back and forth with them. Excuse me. Nope. There we go. So yeah, I'm just touching up these little bits on his horns here. I guess they're bracers or you know uh, bone graft. Some orthopedic bracing splints for his horn. Surprised that the Nurgles would have no orthopedics. Some orthopedic work. Kind of makes sense, but you think they just kind of like, oh, you lost an arm, grow tentacles, you're fine. Your horn's cracked, well, whatever. You know, stab him with a broken end. I feel like that's the Nurgle way. That's what their attitudes suggest. Fun, creative mess. I think I got that right. I really don't know. Okay, so we're gonna get these little spikes up here. More nails. More nails, more nails, more nails. I'll probably wrap up somewhere in this realm of metal. It's been what, 4 hours? I'm just gonna sit here and paint. Part of me wants to just sit here and broadcast all night and paint. You know, see who's watching at like 3 in the morning while I'm still painting with my eyeballs falling out. And I suppose I could just turn the camera off my face and then like eat while you're watching my hands. Maybe turn the mic off so you don't hear me going all the whole time. Whatever. It's all good. And I do like a whole like. Yeah, when would that be? I'm pretty sure there are charity things, but do like. God, do 24-hour live stream marathon. See if that raises money. Maybe make a donation to like a brain injury support group, like Biad Derm or something. Kind of had thoughts of how can I use these art skills to help contribute the you know contribute to the betterment of those around me in the society that we live in. I also do some good contributions in the communities in which I'm familiar with. So, having worked in neuro rehab for over 10 years, you know, brain injury support groups have a bit of a soft spot in my heart. Find some way to put the two together. That would be cool. You know, maybe one day a little bit of I guess practice and improvement with my live stream skills. You know, maybe one day it will be achievable. You know, maybe one day we'll have enough paint hand pals to make it a thing, make it a reality. Till then, I'm just gonna be, you know, the dude with a paintbrush. Sometimes, it only takes, one person to make an impact or a difference. Sadly, though, I think it does take more than one person to change the world. That's why we're all in this together, right? One person can make a difference, but it takes a lot of differences to make these big changes that we need or want to see. Okay, so yeah, you can see I'm kind of like it didn't really look like a lot before, but now as all this metal's hitting the spikes, it's looking really you can kind of actually see, holy crap, it's got a lot of metal on it. More metal than I thought. Look, I totally missed this one too. Just that one right up here. So I'm just gonna whoop. And the whole thing. Hopefully stays nice and shiny. And within the lines. And okay. So not gonna lie, I'm a little sad that the comment section isn't as bustling. We don't have the same level of communication with all our viewers as we did before. The last time we had a good community chat going. Now I feel like it's a little quieter. But like I said, it's probably because it's a Friday. Probably not the best day to live stream. You know? Noted. I gotcha. Maybe we keep it to the weekends and find a weekday. I don't know. We'll iron out the details as we go. So he's got a good chunk of metal. Oh, missed some nails. So that's the curse. You keep going, and then you'll be like, oh, there's the thing I missed. The second you stop doing that color. The second you put the metal paint away, you find something metal. I think that's how it works, right? At least with a model this big. Okay, so yeah, we're doing these nails here. These back. Uh, yeah, see, I just put some shiny on this. Right there. You can see it. That sucks. Because now that's going to take like a million laps to get out. Let's see if I can scrub that off fast enough. I'm going to bet no, but no harm trying, right? And the other thing is now that when we're cleaning on the speed paint, it does like to take off on the speed. Oh, may have saved it there. Hot damn. Not completely. Yeah, so we hardly use this thing, but sometimes it's nice to have when you need it. Here we go. And get our thinned skeletal bone down. And oh, yeah, see, that's what I did not want. Well, I'm gonna go over this spike again. because of that goddamn silver. Just gonna smooth that up, see? All of that skeleton bone. Yeah, that's why I did not want to spill that metal on that bone. I was mentioning it earlier, that's a pain in the ass to fix. Alright, so he's got his buttons, his spikes. He's got some of these nails up here. Keep going with the nails. Some more metal. Let's see, before I touch down on that, let's touch over here. Let's see how long I've been going for. Oh shit, hour and a half. Okay. Alright. Maybe we'll push 4 hours. We'll see. Maybe if I get done the metal and a little earlier or faster. We'll see how much metal there is to do. Alright, so this. Just keep hitting all these metal bits. Eventually, I'll get them all. Alright, yeah, I think I'm down to the flail. We'll just get this bad boy as well. Why not? It's a little loaded. So let's try to touch that. There we go. Let's get these 2 rings on that. Okay, we go boop boop boop. I'm just gonna be a little messy with this. I'm gonna actually get a little bit of water. Roll that up a bit. Just go there. Slosh that around this chain. Make it a little better later. Alright, okay, let's see if I can't get in there. So, it's a little tricky getting behind it on this. Part of me wants to like bend it with my finger. I could probably get away with a bit of a delicate push, but it's also very delicate. Oh, like the chain feels very, not delicate, flimsy, delicate, whatever. Feels worn, like it doesn't feel fresh, like it's been maybe flicked once or twice. Yeah, and I say that as I flick it. Flicky dangles, right? Yeah, it's actually if you know, you know. Okay, I think I've got a good chunk of metal. There's still some to go. He's got some buttons on his uh, leather thing here. He's got a few more nails, I think. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna take a little bio break for 2 seconds. Uh, if you need to use the restroom or refresh your drink or whatever, now's the time to do it, and we'll come back and discuss about the next steps in like a minute. Okay, we're back. It's good to see you. And we got see. Oh, we made it to the future. Yes, JPS. Good to see you, man. Super Monkey also has a channel. Does some really good gaming stuff. Uh, man, the one I saw this morning was really funny. It was like, ah, oh, put a smile on my face, man. Dude, I'm so happy you can make it. I was a little worried because I knew the time shift was gonna be maybe pretty early. I'm so happy you could make it, man. That makes me really happy. Woo! Made it to the future. 88 miles per hour. Great Scott! Okay. All right, that's like a second win, baby. That's awesome. Okay, so we are at the we just did the metal bits on this guy. Here, I'll get the double cam going so we can see the top down. The spikes are a little tricky. Here, we'll bust out the good old looking glass, right? Pardon the mess here. You can see here, I'll show you how much of a mess this becomes. But yeah, it becomes paint mess. But whoop. Come on. Stay with me, camera. There we go. There we go. So, we'll go from the front here. We got his face. We got that leather strap here. We did the that little metal piece through the mouth. And then you flip it around here. You got it. It's a little buckle here. I don't know why it's got a garter belt on, but you know, we'll rock it. Sorry, there's a bit of a light reflection there. Trying. Oh no, don't want that. Come on. There we go. So he's got those two little things. This little, I guess, cape or tapestry we're gonna make really bright. I'll just go over. He's got some skulls and stuff. We kind of buffed out some of the Crusader skin off those textures. And we'll go in on this. We put some sand golem and some pallid bone on those teeth. And oh, sorry, I keep moving this weird angle here. So we'll probably put some slaughter red in that. Yeah, and then we got all these metal bits on his horns. We'll probably get a good view from here as well. The horns have little stuff in them. There's a little dude here. But yeah, just a lot of nails and spikes through. So, um, maybe you break out some of that slaughter red, put it in, put a little bit there, see what happens. Ooh. Yeah, we'll put a little slaughter red in that little wound in his tummy, just as a see how it do. Before I break that out, let's blow up. Ah, thank you, man. Yeah, it's it takes time for some of them. Like they do the speed paint and the slap chop, but even speed paint is not super speedy. So yeah, we'll try the slaughter red, and hopefully it'll do what we want it to do. I think it'll look pretty good. I like the slaughter red. It's a very deep red. It kind of has more of that, almost that purpley sort of, that dark tone that I was talking about with core effects earlier. I feel slaughter red lends itself to that very nicely. So when we're going to put it on pure, we're not going to cut it with any medium. We're just going to slap it on with a slightly watery brush and see what happens. Alright, let's make sure you can see. I have a terrible habit of moving the model. I wish I could give you guys like a buzzer, so every time I do this, you could go and then like send me back. For my other videos, I actually glue the model. Like the base I glue to the table and then have a little rotating top, so I can't move it. Specifically because the temptation to do that is just way too much. I'll sit here like this. No. Then you can't see anything. Okay, let's go. Little slaughter red, here we go. Ooh. I may have put that in a little heavy. Yeah, we're just gonna lick a little off our brush and drag that through. Yeah, I probably could have put some medium in there. But we'll see how it dries. That's the other thing. This stuff goes on and it looks one way. And then sometimes when it dries, it looks very different. So Got a nice little wound on his tummy. Not bad. I'm gonna probably put some around that mouth, holding the strap as well. So I can dry brush a little bit of bone color back onto those teeth. And I just want it to look a little bit nasty in there. Alright, so there we go. We got a little bit of an angry mouth there. There's a few little places in here, maybe. Maybe stick it onto some of these areas, make it look a little sore. I don't know if I like what I just put down there in that little corner. I don't like what I put down in that corner. So, we'll erase it with an oopsie. There we go, oopsies. There we go. Clean. Yeah, see? Oh, not totally clean. So that a little bit in there. There we go, a little scrub-a-dub. A little poke-a-poke. There. Look at that, clean. It's like it never happened. So that's kind of the nice thing about working with this stuff. So if you change your mind, that's totally okay. Ooh. Or if you're very sloppy like me, put lipstick on. Yeah. Yeah. We can find something better for its mouth. That was a bad idea. There we go. Never happened. Um, hmm. Now I'm kind of looking at it like I'm stuck. I have the slaughter red on the palette, so I gotta use it. Maybe that's one of those fallacies. That, oh, the paint's out. I have to use this paint on my palette. Can't waste it. It's not a fallacy. Ugh, I'm a little anxious putting the slaughter red in that into the sci-fi sphincter there. That's always a taxing challenge. Yeah, the arm is it's pretty nasty. I'm kind of like, what do I do with that? Alright, so I'm just gonna do a few little dots here. We'll just start doing it. We can always go back, because we're gonna make a mess of these teeth. We can always go back and clean them up. Should have probably put the slaughter red down first. Yeah. Yeah, definitely a hindsight moment there. Well, now we're doing it. Yeah, made a mess of that. But that's okay. Have the fun. Here, let's do something crazy. Let's put water in our speed paint. Oh my god, we are going to... What are we doing here? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Why am I painting over everything? What have I done? Oh my lord. I just made a big goddamn mess, didn't I? Oh my lord. Oh yeah. Oh, and just as predicted, it's gonna start slipping away down those cracks, which is actually a good thing. There we go. We got a big mess. boop, boop, boop. I'm just gonna punch it on home with this. Hopefully I don't knock anything out. I can always revisit those little teethies that we don't want to have that red. You can just come back with it. A little better. And hit it with some wash and stuff. Will look better. We got some purple in there too. Love me some purple. And you can see that speed paint has gotten really thin and watery with water and not medium. Like it just washes right off there. But you can still see, I don't know if you can see. Maybe that will help. That there's still a bit of medium on there, but that white rim of the sleeve is sitting there. So basically what happens when you add water to this stuff is it runs away from the, the heightened contours and dives into the valleys and the crags. So when you add water, it just seems to go doubly so. Like all those high points get even less coverage, which is not bad. It just kind of turns into a thin wash. So you got kind of this ugly mitt going. Now, there's a really hard divide between that red and that flesh tone. So we'll find a way to, I'm thinking that purple or a dark blue is going to calm that red down. But it's also wet speed paint, which looks a little different when it's wet. Yeah. Because I want that lip really red, I'm actually going to sponge off some of that water. Use a little bit of fresh slaughter red. See, now you can see the difference. That's when there's no water. You kind of get that really solid red. I'm just going to sponge it off the teeth a little. There we go. There. Gonna clean that up a little. That's gonna take 2 seconds to dry. I'm actually gonna try to lean him back on something. Is there anything I can lean him on safely? Nope. We're just gonna let gravity win this one. So while that's drying, I'm gonna take a second to see what's happening in the comments. Where's my lamprey eel? Yeah. Good call with that. The lamprey eels are yeah, they're pretty scary looking. You know, well, when you look at them in like fish form, they look kind of derpy. But when you look at their mouth, mm, and it's interesting, they can actually use their mouth to move. Like if they're in a stream with a hard current, they can latch onto a rock with their mouth and then actually use their mouth to climb across the rock against the current. Pretty crazy. Uh, I don't know if they're actually eels. I think they are like a prehistoric form of fish similar to a bowfin, but don't quote me on that. I don't exactly know my taxonomy of what family they are. Oh yeah, definitely don't want something grabbing onto you with water. Some skulls need some skull. An eel that can sort of walk. No, thank you. That's funny. Now an interesting one. a similar fish from that family, I think, the lungfish. That thing can walk. It hops out of water and can like that thing can live in mud pretty much. They're pretty fascinating creatures. Well, I think this is. Let's see how this is doing. We're looking at it's still a little wet to be honest. That's okay. What else can we put Slaughter Red on? I think I said I was going to try putting it on these little bumps. Let's see what that looks like. So just make sure I'm not straying too hard. Yeah, these little parts here, I kind of, they might be tusk or bone sort of forming through the skin. I'm kind of seeing them as like muscle, like striated muscle tissue bulging out through the skin. So I think I'm gonna go with a couple of the little ones up here, put them slaughter red, see what that looks like. Um, like I said, I might be reading this wrong. We'll see what it looks like. Wrong or not, I kind of like it. We're making a little bit of a mess though. Oh, yeah, that is a little messy. Okay. Ooh, that's gonna need a little bit of a cleanup, I think. What do you guys think? You think that red's okay? Or do you think it should be more of the bone? What do you guys think? You know what? I'm gonna do quick an emergency clean and see if that's something I can get away with. If we want to switch it to bone. Huh, look at that. You know what? We might actually put some bone on that and leave that red outline. Ooh. Yes. That's a happy accident. Like, I know putting a tree where you may not have wanted a tree is a happy accident. I feel like that's a win. I like that red outline. Ah, we can put bone on that, and it'll look sore, and we'll get the best of both worlds. At least I hope. We'll see. Let's see, he needs a weapon. Add an axe. He needs a weapon. I like it. I actually like that. What do you think for a weapon? I like this. I like this. Getting creative input now. This is fun. Let's see. I might have to make a weapon. I do have an oversized piece that I've been looking for a reason. Now, it's not the exact kind of axe we were talking about, but maybe like an axe. And do this up with maybe some bones and some strings, make it look all gruesome. So right now, I think this is one of the few things I have that's big enough. But I like the idea of a weapon. Maybe there's like Gundam pits and stuff. Maybe I could get him like a big machine gun, something like that. I like the idea of a weapon. Now I'm thinking, what can we give him? He's got the big squiggly arm. Makes it a little tricky to hold stuff. Maybe stuff a cannon in the lamprey mouth or something. I know, I'm having fun with this. This is fun brain thinking. The rock tin. I like it. Yeah, it's good old heavy metal, right? Alright, I'm kind of staring at the sky. He's looking like this is drying up. I'm gonna grab that pallet bone and see if we can't hit that and see what that looks like. We'll do take two. If I can find the name. There we go. More pallet bone. This speed paint probably gets more mileage than the rest of them. Probably as much as the rest of them combined. That said, I friggin' love plasmatic gold. That is a really fun color to use as well. Um, you know what? Well, we still have that gore. I'm gonna put it in that little, in these like little webby, scabby areas. And some slaughter red would look good in there too. So we're just gonna go, and we can buff it off just like we did the last parts. So fill those little scabby things with some angry red. Then we can buff it out and clean it up a little. So a little more. There's another one down here. I'm just gonna join them up. Poke that right in there. There we go. Use dry brush a little more. That might be a little too much. But the plan was to always buff and clean, right? Buff and clean. So we go boop. We're actually going to use a clean sponge now. That one's getting a little dirty, a little smeary. Yikes! We'll go from Glotkin to Dropkin. Smear a bit there, smear a bit there. We're just going to take it off those high points and leave it in those little crevices. Okay. We'll let that dry, and that'll look pretty cool. And while that dries, we'll hit those bony spots and see if that looks better. So yeah, to me they really look like a sore muscle getting popped out of the skin. But now looking at the striation next to these, and with these sticking in his back, I'm thinking maybe they are bone. So maybe that slaughter red outline will help us make it look like protruding bone. Mess it up on the way. Yeah. Okay. You know what? I think I do like this better. I'm glad we changed our mind. Okay, a little bit of that there. Okay. Keep going with this. Just gonna hit a couple of these skulls here with some of this bone as well. I know he said we bleach them, but it's not too late and it's not permanent. So I'm just gonna go. This might actually make them easier to all these skulls easier to find. Ooh, you know what? I feel those skulls will lend themselves very nicely. A little touch of slaughter red first. So we're just gonna go wash that in. There we go. Okay, look at that. Even hits that triangle nice. Okay. We'll let that one dry like that. Let's see if we can just get a few more little swords going. A little bit of this wet slaughter red. I'm just gonna keep little dabs here and there. And there. Now, yeah, I'm still thinking, like, what can he wield? What can he wield? It's a skull there. We'll pick that back up with some of that pallid bone. There we go. Okay. So, the skulls are really all starting to jump out. They look pretty nice. Oh, okay, cool. Making a mess everywhere. Okay, so just gonna hit a little more pallet bone. And I'm probably gonna eat up a little bit of the slaughter red and pallet bone on my palette and then call it an evening. I think we're just after 9 p.m. now, and we've been going for over 4 hours. Doesn't feel like it. Really doesn't. But, time flies. So yeah, I'm still just touching these little sores up. Maybe a little more slaughter red here and there. He's got these little wounds in his leg. Put a little bit of red wash in those. A bit of red wash here. Now these little scabby looking webs. And yeah, we're Also just kind of eating up our last of our wet paint here. I'll have to buff that off his knee. My bad. That's okay though. Put that in there. Like that. Not like that. Not like that. And we'll put a little buff off the top. Like that. There we go. Look at that. It's awesome. Okay. A little more palette going. Get rid of. Whoop. Get rid of on the floor. Alright, so we'll just keep this going. Get that cleaned up. Get this cleaned up. There we go. So I think we got a few people in the room right now. I'd love to know what you're up to this evening. Drop me a comment, hit the like, maybe subscribe. I know there's a you have to subscribe to chat. That's literally to just keep the the robot blasters at bay, all the spam bots. But I would love to know what you're up to or who's hanging out with me. Feel free to give a shout out. We're all about spreading the love here. Okay. Well, gaming and some painting this weekend. Well, never in any weekend's a good time to paint. Also, you don't have to wait for the weekend. Well, I guess some people have life obligations and stuff. Can't just paint. So right now, I'm actually gonna hit with a little bit of paint on these teeth here. Just sharpen that brush a bit. I just want to get a little bit on these teeth. It's kind of like a almost dry brush across these. There we go. A little bit of paint on our hand here. So we get our nice little mixy mix. And I'm just gonna touch these teeth a bit. Ooh, too much. Yeah, there we go. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. I just want to make these teeth look a little brighter. There, that's nice. That's some nice ugly teeth there. You know what? Also brighten some of these pustules. Little bits of skin. Too much. So an eyeball coming out of the skin there. Use your finger to blend that a little. Good old finger blend, right? Just highlight some of these dots. We'll probably take these pustules to like a yellow or green. Right now we're just wanting to get them to pop a bit. Give a little little kick. Oh, also gonna get these skulls here. I hit them with the slaughter red, and then I'm gonna come back with this just to give them a more bony look. I wanted them to sit in that sore little wound, hence the filling it with slaughter red. Alright, so we're gonna go about these pustules and skulls. Shit, we could be going at this for hours. Um, but I don't think we're gonna be going at it for hours and hours and hours tonight. I think we've been at this for about 4 hours now, 4 hours plus. Sweet shit. Ah, it's well, board game style. This guy he roll the dice and he'll go stomping on people. I think there's an Age of Sigmar Warhammer game out there. I know you do the gamer channel, JP. So I don't know, maybe something to check out. Maybe you can fight one of these guys. um, but yeah, I kind of had that same sort of allure when I saw it. I walked in and just saw it on the shelf, and I turned to the store owner, Rick, and was like, "The hell's that thing? I want that." And but honestly, I was when I first got it, I was like, I guess like afraid to paint it. Like I thought, I'm not good enough. I'm not good enough to paint this thing. I have to save it for when my skills are better. And I think actually taking it and painting it and trying it and taking the risks is what helps make our skills better. I just worry that I'm gonna do a crap job. Oh, thank you. You know what? The red was a bit of a gamble. I always worry about strong colors like red. But yeah, those little bits of red really did help bring it through. And I'll probably keep adding some. Uh, we'll just keep going layers and layers. Because usually I get to like parts where I'm like, oh, now where do I go from here? What paint is wet on my palette? I still have bone paint. So now I feel like I have to use that. But where? I'm just gonna flip this around. Yeah, I know he's got some good Red Set stuff, but Red Dead stuff out there. Yeah, yeah. Always better with a little added red. But yeah, I will also suggest, check out JP Super Monkey. He's got some good stuff on his channel. And it's always nice to have building up a strong community of paint hand pals and gamer friends. Uh Actually I'm curious, JP. What platform do you play on? Like is it PlayStation or Xbox or PC? Oh, I forgot. There's some nails right on his hand. I forgot. I missed those. Some brightness. A little bit of brightness there. Not too much. Oops. Okay. Let's get a little brightness on his head. I'll brighten up his teeth a bit. Tuck my head down. See. Monster. Apologize if I leave the camera. I think I'm just making a mess of his mouth right now. We'll get it back. We'll fix it. I want to put a nice sort of light pink lip on him. That bottom lip, I think, will look nice if we put like the bubble gum sort of pink around his lips. Yeah, so I'm gonna lift the scar on his face a little. I'm just gonna bring that some brightness around his eye. Maybe up here too. Kind of want this to look like a bit of a burn scar. Eh. Yeah, I'm still just kind of chewing through some of that skeleton bone paint. Okay, a little bit of messiness there. That's okay. Whoops. This brush. Oh, that's way too bright on those. Darn. Let's tone that down a little. Okay, that's a little better. Just kind of have that tri-brush sort of look. Might have to go over some of this with the palette bone again. Just on the outside, we'll see. Try to brighten up those teeth a bit. To come back in with more of a dry brush. As much as this thing is a do-all, it doesn't quite finish everything. Okay, let's take a little look at where we're at right now. Okay, when you're asking about the two speed paints, do you mean the like the red and the bone, or like the sand gold and the bone, or like the pallid bone and the slaughter red in there? I guess I've just kind of mixed it up all over the place. So let's see. Beverage. Okay. Colors on the bighorns. Okay, yeah, they that's the sand golem and the pallid bone. Speaking of, I should probably put it up there. Yeah, I kind of like how those two kind of work together. It kind of gives you that natural look of an antler that almost starts like a nice sort of off-white and goes down to almost like a dark brown. I find the sand golem kind of helps that. There are a few spots that I'm noticing are a little, we'll say, oopsied. I'm just gonna actually smear that with a little more now that I'm looking at it and paying closer attention to it. I'll just burn through on this. Yeah, it kind of has a little bit of a... Yeah, that's the one I wanted to. This guy I had to paint over. So I got the silver all over him, or all over that horn. And you can't just paint over the metallic. Like if you have a slip up of metallics and then paint over it with the speed paint, it does not look nice. So if you're ever doing like an acrylic base layer and you're using metallics, make sure that you use your, like in this case we used acrylic skeleton bone to cover up the metallic fully and then had to go back over it with palette bone. So it's like one step forward, two steps back. Don't know if I love what I'm doing to the teeth here either. Check that, I do not at all. Don't like that at all. Oh, there, we'll see. It's about 4.5 hours now. I like where we've been with this. I feel like the next steps are going to be hitting these dots, hitting the textures, hitting the spikes. Maybe we'll attempt doing that eyeball. Some tendrils. We'll also look into these guys. You know, I'll put a poll up. Maybe I'll put the other guy together so you can see what the other monster is that I would put to go with them. Oh, stay there, buddy. Okay, let me make sure that's... So, yeah, these two little guys will go on top. And we'll either put these guys on top or there's another monster that we'll put on top to keep them company. So we'll see. Hey, it was great to see you too, JP. Honestly, it was a blast hanging out. I was probably gonna wrap this up anyway. I've been going for about 4.5 hours. So have a good, I guess, day. Yeah, it's morning for you right now. So have a good day. Have a good weekend, and I'll see you next time. And with that said, I think to everyone else, yeah. Alrighty. Yeah, so I think this is probably a good place to call it. Oh. Okay. Take care. I guess have a good day for JP. um all right. So thank you very much for coming out, everyone. I'll do the wrap up now. Oh, he's saying goodnight to the rest of the room. I think there's still 2 people in. And yeah, I think this is where I'll call it though for now. It has been a long but fun paint. It really doesn't feel like it goes by that fast. So we'll just do a quick recap over what we did. Uh, I have more paints out than I used. Like I said, I feel like I'm dumping them all out here, and I'm not going to get them. So what we did, we finished up with the, I guess, antlers, horns, whatever. We covered them with a little extra bone, pallid bone, and sand golem. We put some runic gray on that fur there. I think it's fur. I'm not sure. Um, we covered the whole thing in Crusader skin, which worked better than I thought. We did the leather straps. We did a little bits of slaughter red. We hit the metal. We hit more metal. We hit more bits of bone. We put some slaughter red in these little scabby parts. Uh, yeah, we got his hoofs done. And we started touching things up with the some skeleton bones, some fair skin. We're gonna get it ready. The next time, I think we're gonna start working on these textures and pustules, and I will probably put a posting of a vote of whether you want these Nurgle guys on top or uh, this thing, the classic beast of Nurgle. I don't have it built yet, so if you want to see it, you gotta look it up. It looks like a big booger dragon thing, but I think it would fit here on this little spot. I think it would fit there pretty nicely. And I think it would complement his grossness. So yeah, we're looking pretty good. Feel like we got a lot done. Uh, 4.5 hours went really fast. So thank you for stopping by. If you stayed the whole time, thank you for putting up with my tech issues. I promise I will sort them out and there will be minimal screw ups next time, hopefully. Alrighty. Thank you very much and have a great weekend, everyone. Take care.